of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone here today that North Carolina law and UNC system policy prohibit the willful interruption, disturbance, or disruption of an official public meeting. Further, North Carolina law provides that it is a Class 2 misdemeanor for any person to refuse to leave an official meeting upon being directed to do so. Pursuant to these authorities, anyone who interrupts, disturbs, or disrupts this meeting will be asked to leave. If they do not leave when asked, they will be removed and may be subject to arrest. I'll now ask Secretary Cotis to please call the roll.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Allison, Mr. Alvarez is not here. Mr. Ballantyne, Mr. Blaine, Mr. Bryan, Dr. Jones, Mr. Kalapa. I am here. Ms. Lloyd, Mr. Meekins, Mr. Patel, Mr. Pryor, Chair Turner, Vice Chair White. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Trustee Cotis. As chair of this board, I must remind all members of their duty under the State Government Ethics Act to avoid conflicts of interest and appearances of conflict of interest. If you know of any conflict or appearance of conflict with respect to any matter coming before the board today, please identify it at this time. We will now move to the approval of the consent agenda. Members of the board, we have a number of items on the consent agenda for approval this morning. Please review the items on the screen before you. Having read the materials listed under the consent agenda, is there any item that needs to be moved to the discussion portion of either the open or closed session agenda? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve all of these items. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. When we last met, I submitted that as the nation's first public university, we carry not only a legacy of excellence, but also a responsibility to lead. And I would say this is especially true in turbulent and uncertain times. To be the flagship means more than being first. It means setting the standard. A flagship does not drift with the tide. It charts the course, and for more than 2 centuries, Carolina has done exactly that. We have set the pace in research, in teaching, and in service with impact felt in every corner of the state of North Carolina and well beyond. Now, we are all aware that higher education is under strain. Polarization, declining trust in institutions, economic pressures, and rapid technological changes are testing universities across the nation. College campuses today reflect broader conversations happening across our country about free expression, safety, and the role of public institutions. And these conversations are not easy ones, but they are essential and are reaching into our classrooms, our public spaces, and throughout our community. But turbulence is not a reason to retreat. For Carolina, turbulence is a call to lead with steadiness, purpose, and vision. And I believe there are 3 keys to leadership in this moment. One is clarity of mission. Our mission, education, discovery, and service must remain our compass. In moments of distraction and noise, clarity keeps us steady. It anchors us. 2, commitment to free expression and civil discourse. A true flagship must be a place where ideas, even uncomfortable ones, can be aired, tested, and debated. Free speech is not just a legal principle, it is the lifeblood of higher education, but free expression must be matched with respect. Civil discourse is what turns disagreement into learning. And at Carolina, we must model how to argue passionately while listening carefully, how to disagree without dismissing, and how to remain a community even in the midst of strong debate. This is what makes a university not only strong, but worthy of its role as a flagship. And three, service to state. While our leadership may be measured by rankings and other recognitions, what ultimately matters is the difference we make for the people of North Carolina and beyond. And Carolina will and must continue to serve the people of North Carolina in visible and tangible ways. It is our service that is the truest measure of our value. The late, great Coach Dean Smith gave us many timeless lessons that are just as true today for this university as they were for his teams. And perhaps my favorite, Coach Smith rarely appointed team captains. He believed that leadership would reveal itself naturally. And so it came to be observed that team captains were not so much selected, but revealed themselves through their actions, humility, and service to one another. That truth applies here as well. Carolina's leadership emerges in the daily choices of our students, faculty, staff, and alumni, in how we live our mission, speak with respect, and serve our state. Carolina's leadership as flagship is less about a designation and more about the daily conduct of our community. It's the kind of leadership that's revealed by what we do as leaders, administrators, students, faculty, and staff. It is reflected in the examples we set for one another, in the ways we treat each other, and in our shared sense of purpose. And in this respect, Carolina's leadership as flagship is at its heart a consummate team effort. So let's each do our job accordingly. Thank you. I'll now call on Sabi Banerjee for remarks on behalf of Trustee Alvarez. Sabi, welcome.
So much for having me. My name is Sabi Banerjee. We do have presentation slides. There we go. To provide some introduction, I am a senior at Carolina, even though I'm definitely not ready to leave. I'm majoring in peace, war, and defense and philosophy, and I'm originally from San Diego, California. Today, I'll be giving an update on the different initiatives that the Department of Basic Needs is working on as the director of this department for the Alvarez administration. So our main priorities for this year are going to be housing, food security, and access to formal attire. As we come up with new initiatives, this may expand, but currently these are our priorities. So right now, according to the Dean of Students, close to a quarter of all UNC students are experiencing some level of food insecurity. To remedy this, we have established a partnership with the Student Basic Needs Coalition. The SBNC is a national nonprofit. Their main priorities are also food, housing, and financial solutions. They focus on campus education, advocacy, and SNAP enrollment through a tool called NAVI, which is what we're going to be discussing. Could you go one more slide? Perfect. So NAVI is a tool that utilizes AI to determine eligibility for SNAP benefits and tangentially Medicaid coverage. This tool and access to it will allow us to connect with basic needs leaders across the nation. We will also have access to a roadmap tool that will guide students through the SNAP application process. It can produce a downloadable application that one can submit directly to the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. This initiative will work to significantly decrease food insecurity on campus. And currently, each student and each household is eligible for around $3,500 per household per year. If we could go one slide before. So through this partnership, we also have access to a portal which shows us demographic data about the students who are submitting this tool. On the top, you can see that there are a total of 150 submissions. 104 of those resulted in SNAP benefit coverage. And as you can see, there's the average SNAP benefit amount. This would total to about $370,000 for students at the university and their households. This is an example of what we can see for demographic data. This provides us with valuable insights into who is enrolled into a meal plan on campus, how many meals do they eat from this meal plan, and if they earn income or not. As you can see, the majority of students that fill this out do earn income. We also do have access to state data, which is majority North Carolina, household size, gender, and their race. And then if we could. So our main priority is going to be engaging with the local officials and the university leadership to make this initiative come to fruition. Before we move on to the next item, is there any questions about this? Yes.
Trustee Valentine.
Does that $370,000 come from the State Department of Health and Human Services? Is there a federal match? Do you know?
Yes, it should come from both, I believe. So North Carolina is a state with expanded Medicare coverage, so Medicaid coverage as well. So these benefits will be coming, I believe, from both the state and the federal government. Yes.
So if you are one of the, I think you said 104 out of 160 were qualified, do they have a separate SNAP card, or can it be included in their One Carolina card, or how do certain vendors across campus know that they should get free food?
Right, absolutely. So the way it works is when you go to the Department of Health and Services, if you're accepted, you get given the EBT card, which you can use to make purchases. So I don't think they'd be able to use their Carolina card. They'd have to use this EBT card, which would be given to their household, which they would be qualifying for. And actually, if any student is even eligible for work study, they're eligible for SNAP benefits. So the way that it works for students to be eligible is slightly different for just any person in North Carolina.
Trustee Codis.
I know former student body president Julia Taylor had worked on a meal swipe donation program. Have you factored that in, or how would some of the different approaches the university is already taking now kind of dovetail with this?
Absolutely. Adolfo and I have been meeting with the Dean of Students about the meal swipe donation plan for the last couple of weeks. Currently, that plan is allowing one student to donate one other swipe to another person at Carolina. We don't feel that this is expansive enough. Since the Department of Basic Needs is working on food insecurity, we've realized that there is an immediate need for more resources. There are pantry networks on campus, as well as multiple food insecurity organizations. We're working on having them work together, but this would be to really supplement students who need access to those free groceries, and at a time where those pantries are not always stocked right now.
So follow up to that, one thing that we might want to look at is some sort of roundup for food insecurity that could occur at the bookstore or different food venues on campus. I know that's very popular in the retail and hospitality segment, can generate a lot of funds. I have not seen that employed here yet, so might be something we could look into.
Absolutely, we could.
Another kind of related question that your comments, Trustee Codis, sparked in mind for me. You know, when parents go in and purchase a meal plan for their child, could we give them the opportunity to buy an additional 5, 10, or 100 meals, you know, to go to other students who have need?
That is also something that we could look into as well.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, I'll move on to the next item. Thank you. So our upcoming program, now we're also working on a housing town hall and a survey. As part of the at Alvarez administration, we have a housing task force, and we will be engaging members of UNC administration and the Chapel Hill Town Council to allow students to have a voice for their experiences in Carolina housing. We will also be submitting an open-ended survey to all students to collect feedback about the housing process. For some data, 48% of students currently live on campus. In terms of local officials, we'll be working with the Chapel Hill Town Council, and there are also other key players in the policymaking for housing access. Our main priority is really determining who is going to get priority for on-campus housing, and this will be done through a returner housing summit, which I'll discuss. This Returner Housing Application Summit will bring together students, Carolina administrators, and other players to really understand who should get priority for housing allocation. We will take in a variety of different factors, such as their financial hardship, the term length that they will be at Carolina, the current level of dorms that we have available, and other factors that will really highlight who needs priority for this process. Thirdly, we are working on the Carolina Closet, but next slide, please. We will give a fully expanded presentation in November about this project and what we are working on. Thank you so much. Are there any other questions that I can answer? Okay, well, you guys have a wonderful morning. I'm skipping one of my Peace, War, and Defense classes to be here, so I will go right now.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Leah Frazier, Graduate and Professional Student Government President, for her remarks.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well today. So while I typically give remarks on behalf of the graduate and professional students, I am allowing our GPSG's VP of Governmental Affairs and Advocacy, Erin Wright, to give remarks on the graduate stipends. For the past year, Erin has been leading the conversations and research surrounding this topic, and so I thought she was better to not only give the presentation, but to answer all of your questions. So come prepared with them, as I know you will. So I do want to inform you that Erin's presentation is informational. So the information today is just to let you know about the topics that are surrounding on campus with this and any conversations happening with administration. So it's just purely to let you know about it. But here's Erin.
Hello, members. It's wonderful to be able to speak with you today. As Leah said, my name is Erin Wright. I'm a third-year PhD student in the Sociology Department and the current Vice President of Advocacy and Governmental Affairs. Maybe also as background on myself, while at present I study sociology, my background is actually in economics from the University of Wisconsin, and I worked full-time for 7 years before deciding to pursue a doctoral education. Members of the board from last year might remember the previous president, Katie Heath, commenting on some of these data. So this is both a refresher, but then also regrounding us in the discussion at hand. What we see here is the stipends that is earned or awarded for 9 months of labor by UNC doctoral students, and then the raw unadjusted stipend, minimum stipend for our public peers. Those are presented in gray. In green, those bars are going to be representing the cost of living adjusted stipend. So that is going to be most representative of what a Carolina student, if having earned their stipend, would have been able to earn. The mean and median line of that is represented by the horizontal dotted blue line, which is representing 31K. So the consensus among our public peers at this point has been resting around that point, while at this moment, UNC graduate students are earning a touch above 21K. We're also representing the NSF 9-month minimum. While the NSF is a work award for a 12-month period, we're wanting to be representing the equivalent of 9 months of labor as UNC and our peers do. That line is at 28K. So the situation at hand is that there's been a number of years where we, in recent memory, we have been adjusting the stipend. However, in that time, UNC fell behind in a meaningful way, which is even harder to be remedying in the current political and financial crisis of the state. I will address, though, some of our public peers do pay during a 12-month span. I did research this, however, and they're marked with an asterisk next to their name. That they are working for the university for 9 months, and it is instead a dispensation system to cover the lean months over the summer. So this is a fair assessment and presentation of what 9 months of work earns a doctoral student. Previous conversations, though, have also brought up the fact that the minimum, which is shown here, is not always going to be representative. Departments traditionally or hopefully are above this administrative minimum. It is more stating a bar that we will not go under. In the last 2 weeks, working together with the graduate school and Miss Julie Montaigne, Director of Finance from the Graduate School, is here in the audience, presented these visuals and is also here to address any questions from the board. What this shows is over the last academic term, the stipend earned by about 3,000 doctoral students who earned their salaries by RAing, TAing, and teaching their course loads. The minimum is presented by the orange line, once again, close to about 21K, while our other benchmark points of the NSF 9-month and peer median are shown high above. While we would have hoped that departments would be able to rise to competitive levels, to be able to get the best graduate students who will come here, do research for our faculty, and teach our courses to our undergraduate student body, what we're seeing is that a very small fraction of our doctoral population is able to be at the competitive level above 31. Instead, the minimum, while it is a more administrative aspect, does seem to be holding a true dampening effect. We'll see a large clumping exactly at the minimum or close to about 23K, which represents the median, the 50th percentile of doctoral students and what they're earning over a 9-month span. In presenting this, as Leah said, at the moment, this is informational. There are current ongoing conversations I'm having with provosts and deans, and that the administration, again, provosts and deans and vice chancellor of finance, are having together. There is not presently a solution. However, there is a desire to be finding one because the situation at hand in the long run will lead to UNC not maintaining its competitive stance academically and as leaders within our field. Thank you. I can now go to questions.
So a question for the 500 or so that are below the minimum. Can
Yes.
explain
So
that?
what happened? So since this is the full academic year, there are graduate students who graduated after one semester. So they're earning, so that's why it's closer to the 50% of it. But then we also have students who are part-time, or we have students who earned non-service awards. So those stipends do not flow through the graduate school and aren't visible here. So instead, what we might be seeing is additional income that a graduate student is earning. So yes, it's a mixed bag at that left tail end.
Trustee Cotis.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Trustee Cody.
Thank you, Aaron. Couple of questions. So when you're looking at total compensation, this is for, I want to say it's 15 to 18 hour requirement. Is that correct?
Precisely.
And so you've got your stipend, and these are the minimum stipends. And then do you have a tuition waiver as well?
I do.
Okay. And that's in there. And health insurance?
Yes. So what we see at the far left bar is the entire compensatory package that we offer to our doctoral student body. Again, this was from last year. However, there have been minimal adjustments, so it is still a fair view at the current situation. If we're instead thinking about the mean compared to our peers, we are about 15K below the total package that we're spending for each doctoral student.
And on the 12K there, you're using, the 12K is the tuition waiver
And all fees.
and all fees for a doctoral student. And then you've got the stipend below it. So if you take that amount, and that total is 34 grand or something like that, roughly.
Yes.
On the, if you use 15 hours a week, that's $68 an hour. And if you use 18 hours a week, that's $56.70 per hour. So the concern is that there's a feeling that that is not high enough to pay for the 15 to 18 hours worth of work?
I will address that most departments are going to be at the 20-hour, even though maybe administratively, internally, we discuss it more at the 15 range. That's usually in consideration of international students whose visas are going to physically cap them at 20 hours of work. But while I can understand that when we're looking at it at the hourly wage over a 9-month span of 20 hours of work per week, that can appear to look rather daunting. But I hope that my presentation is more trying to gear us to thinking about how we are competing against our peers and what our peers are doing to make sure that Carolina remains the greatest educational experience we can offer to North Carolinians.
Sure. So again, just to follow up on that. So at $20, that's $51 an hour. What is it that the university or the people of the state are paying for and getting for that $51 an hour? Just so I understand, I don't know.
Yes, for sure. So doctoral students, depending on their department, are going to be having different roles. For myself, my first 3 years, I'll be TAing a course and sometimes stepping in as lecturer, which I'll be doing next week. And then beginning in your 4th year, you are the instructor of note for that course. So generally, when graduate students from sociology are spending 6 to 7 years within their doctoral program, they are going to be the primary instructor of a single course each semester for those final 3 years. For other programs, usually more in the medical school, instead of being teaching focused, these doctoral students are instead offering labor within the labs of their advisors or other principal investigators. So either you are teaching or you are being a generator of research for the university and assisting our faculty.
And where I'm going with this is I think this ties back to the idea of needing to look at each element of the faculty workload and who's doing what work and carrying it so that we adequately count that and then look at the revenue model and cost model that's appropriate for that.
Trustee Pryor.
Thank you. In light of your remarks earlier, Chair Turner, about being the flagship and the need to lead and to always try and be the #1 public university in the world, I'll just say, I obviously would like to be able to pay the grad student professors more. There's one program that I'm involved with. I know that it is a real challenge to attract top tier talent with this. And were it not for the benefit of the history of the university and that Chapel Hill is a desirable place to live, we wouldn't necessarily always succeed in getting top talent. Is there a mechanism for going above this when needed to hopefully land top talent if they're so far below peer institutions on what we can offer?
At this point, and this was maybe going back to my remark about the importance of what the minimum stipend holds, while we would hope to be greatly above it. In many cases, particularly the College of Arts and Sciences, our largest school within the department, within the university, everybody is state funded. So it becomes even more important what is the promised funds coming from the state. Many other departments are going to be using grants, NIH or other, to be able to be fully funding their graduate student body. But they are still benchmarking themselves to the administrative minimum that we've generated. So my response to that might be finding a way that this minimum, because it's so binding and has been so important, that we can raise it.
Thank you.
Trustee Allison.
Aaron, and kind of further to that point, you've got there was a slide in kind of the appendix of your materials that showed the average by school within Carolina.
Indeed.
So tell us a little bit about how this gets set by school, because it looks like we've got, at least, one, the business school that's sort of, up closer to the national norm, if you will. And then we've got some that are, below the minimum. Can you talk a little bit about how it gets set by school? Do the deans determine this? How does it get determined?
Yes, so while there's the administrative minimum in the case of some departments or some schools, in the interest of being competitive, when trying to recruit top tier talent for graduate school, there has been an agreement with the university that they will have more state funds allotted towards those doctoral students. So on a case by case basis, this has already been going on to try and address the fact that if we remain at the minimum, we're not getting top tier talent. And to the point on what is happening in School of Nursing, I would need to defer to the graduate school. I do not understand the goings on of that school. Thank you.
Trustee Valentine.
Sort of a budgetary process question. The waiver, is it 100% tuition waiver?
Yes,
And so all of those comparisons to all of those other schools have 100% tuition waivers.
precisely.
So when you're showing you want additional stipends, but you do get free tuition, and what are the fees?
Fees are going to be going to administrative fees, going to the graduate student government, printing, as well as travel funds, so forth, insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, if there are no more questions, I can see the time.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
I'll now recognize Chancellor Roberts for his remarks.
Thank you, Chair Turner. Thank you to Savi and Leah and Aaron. I want to recognize a few people who have joined the university since our last meeting. I want to welcome Chapel Hill native Steve Newmark as Deputy Athletic Director. We announced when we hired him that he would succeed Bubba Cunningham as Athletic Director next year. Welcome to Steve. And Brad Ives has rejoined Carolina as Vice Chancellor and for strategic initiatives and special projects. Two people who I don't believe are here, but Shalini Legal, the new director of the Ackland Art Museum, joining from the Portland Art Museum. Parenthetically, would encourage everyone to visit the new exhibit at the Ackland, the Robertson Collection, really a very important exhibit for the Ackland, just opened, and I think we'll be here until early next year. Andy Hessick has stepped in as interim dean of the law school, and yesterday you met James Orr filling a new position, senior vice provost for student success. That's a really important position, and I don't think I did as good a job yesterday as maybe I could have, introducing Dr. Orr and how we envision that role. So a lot of what we have talked about since I started here on this board, whether it's the challenges around orientation or admissions or enrollment or the wellness center and rec facilities, those are all going to fall under Dr. Orr's mandate. And I think it's important for two reasons. One is that we want to provide students a more of a one-stop shop and stop forcing them to navigate our silos as students. But also we want to improve the provision of those services across the board. And so we're excited about Dr. Orr's new role and delighted that he's here. This is particularly important as we grow enrollment. So we welcomed this year what we believe to be our largest first year class. It's about 5,100 students. It's not going to be our largest first year class for long, since, as we've discussed multiple times, we plan to continue growing enrollment to add 5,000 students over the next 10 years. This new class represents 80 countries, 49 states, 98 North Carolina counties. 18% are first generation college students, 11% are Covenant scholars. We had an excellent convocation at which Tyler Hansborough spoke, and I pointed out there that we have in the class 39 Jacks, 39 Avas, 38 Olivias, 38 Sophias, 37 Annas and 37 Emmas. I also noted for that class, which is generally born in 2006, that in order to understand Tyler Hansborough's feats, they just needed to look up in the ceiling and see his jersey hanging there in the rafters since they were 3 years old when he won the national championship. It's been a great start to the semester, and we're looking forward to a really strong year. Just this week, we announced that U.S. News and World Report ranked us number 4 for all public universities. We won for the 21st consecutive year the recognition for best value in higher education. A couple of other highlights from the rankings: number 8 in best colleges for veterans, number 12 for entrepreneurship, nursing at number 4, and undergraduate business at number 8. We don't live and die by these rankings. We measure our success by our effectiveness in fulfilling our mission of service to the people of North Carolina, but it is nice to see our colleagues recognized for their hard work and dedication. Finally, I want to share some exciting news from our School of Education. The faculty are pursuing the relaunch of the undergraduate degree in elementary education to complement their existing teacher education programs. The curriculum is being developed by the faculty and going through school, campus, and system approvals, but I want to highlight our strong support for this development. We must train our teachers to address a critical workforce shortage in our state. For over 140 years, the School of Education has been serving our state and educating teachers. With over 23,000 alumni, they are making a difference in all 100 North Carolina counties. I'm grateful to Jill Ham, our new dean, to the provost, and the entire faculty and staff of the School of Education for their commitment to preparing our state's teachers. As always, I remain grateful for the opportunity to serve this remarkable university and our incomparable state. I'll turn it back to Chair Turner. Thank you. Go Heels.
Thank you, Chancellor Roberts. I'll now recognize Trustee Blaine to present the resolution in support of greater access to university policies.
Thank you, Chairman Turner. This resolution is in your packets. When the Vice Provost yesterday talked about our need to comply with the system office policy on office hours and mentioned the specific code was like 400.3, and we had a question whether or not we were submitting the report and responding. The UNC system office has all of its policies and guidelines on their website. And so I could go to the system office website, open up their policy manual, and go to section 400.3 and see what we were doing. That's, in my opinion, good governance and how any organization should run. You should have your rules and your guidelines and your proverbial constitution available to everyone that needs it. And in this case, for the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, we have a lot of rules and a lot of policies. And oftentimes, when I've spoken to our general counsel, to our provost, they tell me that they can't even find our policies without the help of an expert somewhere around campus. To me, we need to remedy that. We need to make our policies that govern how our faculty is expected to operate, how our students are expected to operate, how our board is expected to operate, available online in one place where everyone can see it for themselves, and you don't have to know what you're looking for in order to find it. This resolution directs the general counsel to, by May of next year, consolidate these policies and the university code in one place online so it's accessible to our entire community. I think this is an important step forward in terms of transparency and openness, and would urge your support of the resolution.
Trustee Curtis.
So I fully support this. I'm especially, I agree with Jim that when you go to the BOG site, you can do a search. Now, what this has, item 2 on here, I think takes it to the next level, because on the BOG search, it's just search terms. If you actually enact item 2, then it will function more like when you do a Google search and you get the AI response below it. So I think that adding that in is going to make it a lot easier for all of us to find relevant information.
Any other comments? Trustee Bryan.
I'm support the resolution as well. Do we know, is there any cost to it? Is there, I mean, other than,
I've spoken to the general counsel, and there's going to be an immense cost in terms of manpower hours, but we have like 30 lawyers in his office, and I'm confident that they'll be able to accomplish this goal. And 8 months, yes.
Trustee Lloyd.
Thanks for that, Trustee Blaine. I think we're also going to find an enormous amount of contradictions, places that there are multiple workflows where power is delegated to different bodies on the campus, particularly as it relates to faculty governance and board governance and the Chancellor's office. I saw that on my own when we were just looking at honorary degrees, when we were looking at the honor court. I think this is a very important first step, but we need to be prepared that in order to clean this up, once we see some of the mess that exists through, decades and decades of kind of disparate delegation, we're going to have a real job to do to get that right. I hope that it will be a process that allows some of the tension on campus to be resolved, because I think if everyone knows his or her role, and if we can work together more productively in shared governance towards an end, if we know what we're doing, that will be a useful tool towards the kinds of goals that Chair Turner discussed and that the Chancellor has espoused as well. So well done.
Brian.
just maybe one follow-up to Trustee Lloyd's point, or are we communicating with the system office, BOG? I imagine this is not the only institution where this may look like this, and then we have system policies and delegations. I mean, it might at least be nice to communicate with them and tell them what we're doing. And
Trustee Bryan, I think what you're talking about and what Trustee Lloyd is talking about are subsequent steps. Right now, we don't even, if you wanted to know what a policy was, I'm sure many of you have experienced, like I have experienced when I've asked provost or the general counsel or dean about a policy, and where can I find it and what it is. It's one of those things. It's like a magic door when you're a little kid. We play games when you're a little kid. You can only go through that magic invisible door if you know where it is. And so, sometimes there's a magic door and we didn't realize it was there. And without going into details, because it is a personnel appeal, we have run into questions of what rules were, what faculty governance rules were in effect at the time of an incident. And, it's not clear and it can be in dispute. And again, I agree. That these things may come up, but until we actually see the code in one place and can look at it, we can't even evaluate that. And again, to me, the biggest thing about this is I don't really think that the code not being in one place is fair at all to the people that we're here to serve, and that's the students. They ought to be able to go see what the rules are and on their own without having to ask and search and dig. They ought to just be able to go online and see what the rules are. And it's not fair to the faculty either. If they have questions, they ought to be able to go online and see what the governance rules are and for themselves without having to dig and look. I think it will result in a much better operation of the university if we publish our code in one place. And I hope, that it can be done by May, and then, subsequent action. I'm happy to, cede my role in this to you, Trustee Brian, and you, Trustee Lloyd, to take it on home from there. I really appreciate you volunteering.
Trustee Jones.
Thank you, Chair Turner. I'm in full support of this, and I think it's the logical extension of the delegated authorities process that we undertook a couple years ago. My only question is it safe to say that the presumption is that once this is completed, that it will be maintained over time?
That's certainly my expectation. And I think if it's in a place, the institution and the students and faculty will demand that it be maintained and kept current, because if it's done right, it should be a very useful and powerful resource for them. And I certainly would expect that our board and subsequent boards would back them up on that.
With Trustee Blaine's introduction serving as the motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Lloyd. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion carries. I'll now recognize Trustee Codis to give the report of the Budget, Finance, and Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chair Turner, and Board of Trustees members. This report covers items discussed during the Committee on Budget and Finance and Infrastructure's meeting yesterday, September 24th. The committee considered and approved the open session minutes of July 30, 2025, one request for advanced planning, spending authority, one designer selection, and one request for self-liquidating debt. You may have noted in the minutes now that we have video links in there and the time stamp as well for each committee meeting and appropriate item, and it's a more robust level of minutes as well. These items were approved by the board as part of the consent agenda this morning. Detailed information about each request is available in onboard. The committee heard an update on fiscal year 2025 UNC Investment Fund performance update from Jonathan King, CEO of UNC Management Company. I just want to note he is retiring from that position at the end of the year and has done a phenomenal job in his position, and just wanted to acknowledge his great success and his work for the university and our sister schools as well. Finally, the committee heard an informational update on the Finance Committee's fiscal year 2026 responsibilities and focus areas, a finance update, and a presentation on return on investment from Vice Chancellor Knuffman, as well as the use of Helios. And I would encourage everyone to go back and watch those presentations. We really can't do it justice to cover how much work that is being done by Vice Chancellor Knuffman and his team and the impact that's going to have for the university. We've talked before about the $100 million structural deficit that has been resolved, but this is ongoing work that is absolutely necessary for performance, and it's really interesting stuff to watch. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Trustee Codis. I'll now recognize Trustee Jones for an open session report of the External Relations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Turner and Board of Trustees members, this report covers items discussed during the meeting of the Committee on External Relations yesterday, September 24th. In open session yesterday, the committee reviewed and approved the open and closed session minutes of July 30th, 2025. This item was approved by the board as part of the consent agenda this morning. The committee received an update on the Committee of External Relations and discussed strategy for the upcoming year. Finally, the committee received a development update from Vice Chancellor for Development, Michael Andreessen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. That concludes our open session items. I'll now entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board convene in closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes, Section 143-318.11A1, to prevent the disclosure of privileged or confidential information, and also pursuant to section 143-318.11, A2, A3, A5, A6, A7, and A9.
You've heard the motion. Do I have a second? Thank you, trustee Pryor. Any discussion or debate? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion carries. We're now in closed session. Thank you. I'll now recognize Trustee Lloyd for an open session report of the University Affairs Committee. Trustee Lloyd.
Chair Turner, I'm just waiting one moment for a couple of trustees
Yep.
to return.
Perfect.
No sign of Rob. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Turner and Board of Trustees members, this report covers items discussed during the meeting of the Committee on University Affairs yesterday and today, September 24th and 25th. In open session, the committee reviewed and approved the open and closed session minutes of July 30, 2025. The committee also considered and approved the annual institutional faculty workload report, as well as 4 requests for reclassification of centers. These items were approved by the board as part of its consent agenda this morning. We also heard a presentation on student success from Dr. James Orr, Senior Vice Provost for Undergraduate Student Success, as well as a report on tenure from Provost James Dean. Finally, the committee heard a campus security update from UNC Chief of Police, Brian James. In closed session, the full board discussed requested personnel action items, including 12 promotions conferring tenure, 2 new appointments conferring tenure, and 1 new joint appointment conferring tenure. The conferrals of tenure, promotions, and appointments require our vote now. On behalf of the full board, I move that the Board of Trustees consider for vote the requested final personnel action items, including 12 promotions conferring tenure, 2 new appointments conferring tenure, and 1 joint appointment conferring tenure. Is there discussion? Second by Trustee Allison. Trustee Cotis.
Yeah, thank you. Because of the timing of some of the materials that we received less than 7 days before the meeting, I will be voting no on this item.
Thank you, Trustee Cotis. Trustee White.
I'm the same, Section 03, delay of material being reported.
Any other comments? Hearing none, seeing none. All in favor of the motion to approve the slate, say aye. Any opposed? No. There's 4 noes. And 6 yeses. By a vote to 6 to 4, it passes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. The personnel matters voted on in open session will be made available online after the meeting. That concludes our business for today. Without objection, we'll adjourn. Thank you.